take the earlier start date and give us a little more flexibility throughout the year. I mean, although the calendar itself doesn't give us that flexibility, we could make it without running into June.
Just think it gives you an extra 4 days to play with. It's not a bad thought.
Take the earlier start date. I don't think give us a little more flexibility throughout the year. I mean, although the calendar itself doesn't give us that flexibility, really, we could makes a whole lot of difference running into
4 days.
June.
Leslie Manning just texted me. She said it gives you an extra 4 days to play with. It's not a bad thought.
Take the earlier start date. I don't think give us a little more flexibility throughout the year. I mean, although the calendar itself doesn't give us that flexibility.
I don't have an opinion about either one of these.
I was invited to give you a taste of a typical law school.
Yes, as long as there are two acceptable options, and then you're okay. But
I was invited.
Not, we got to relinquish total.
Well, we have our
I
options
know
in front of us.
that in the past there's been some
Years.
fair.
I don't have an opinion about either one of these.
I was invited to give you a taste of a typical law school.
Yes, as long as there are two acceptable options. You got fair week, then you're okay.
I was invited.
What is the actual dates on the fair, Roger? We got to relinquish total.
Okay, so that wouldn't have.
Well, we have our options in front of us.
In the past, there's been some
Fair.
I don't have an opinion about either one of these.
I was invited to give you a taste of a typical law school.
Not showing
This is long as there are two acceptable options. You got fair week, then you're okay.
I was invited.
What is the actual dates on the fair, Roger? We got to relinquish total.
He was. Okay, so that wouldn't have.
Well, we have our options in front of us.
In the past, there's been. It'll run. Typically.
I don't have an opinion about either one of these.
I was invited to give you a taste of a typical law school.
This is you got fair week, then you're okay.
I was invited.
What is the actual dates on the fair, Roger? We got to relinquish
Faculty members on the committee and parent in that situation, why, right, again, it's best to let the faculty handle it.
Yep, okay.
Dimitri, do you have any input? Your motion?
Move to approve those two options to go to a teacher vote.
Thank you, Sharice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Steve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Steve, for starting this meeting without me.
Not a problem. I got the easy stuff done.
All right.
Our YouTube feed is down currently and he is trying to restart it.
Oh, okay. So should we just take a breath for a minute, or what do you want to do?
We can, there is, so it seems good now.
Okay, super. All right, so next thing on the agenda is item 4.2, which is the transportation update. Thank you, James, for coming.
Hi.
So I've asked James to come in case you have questions, which I'm sure you will. We are looking at making a decision about our activity bus at this point. And I've included, and you've been tracking the ordeal of the bus. Faulty injector, burnt a cylinder.
Yep. Melted the piston and everything out of it.
So it is going to require a replacement, which will run about $20,000.
Who is that quote from?
Central Power Services, that's where the bus is currently at,
Where is that?
in Salina.
They've been there forever.
Yeah.
Does the Central Diesel,
Used to be Central Diesel, it's just directly north of Summit, or used to be Stewart International.
What are we gonna do with the bus if we don't repair the engine?
I would put it on Purple Wave.
What would we expect to get out of it? Nothing?
Very low. Very low. Be honest. I mean, we'll probably get more out of it than we try to put into a bid. But I can't tell you yay or nay on how much.
$1,000 maybe,
But
maybe $1,000. Not even that.
either of the options are kind of tough to swallow, but I'm gonna be honest, we're gonna have close to $90,000 in that bus for 5 years worth of use. And for another 20,000, we might get another 5 years worth of use. I don't know, either option is kind of a bitter pill to swallow.
And
I hate to have close to $90,000 in a bus we're just basically scrapping. That's really tough for me to take.
But I think to your point, Steve, I mean, dropping an injector in a bus like that is not common. I mean, that's, the injector put raw fuel on top of the piston and burnt a hole in it, which is not normal, especially given the hours or the miles on the motor. That's very weird, uncommon. I don't
It would
know.
make you think it wasn't right from the start.
It's thought. Ain't your cheapest option.
Replacing the engine? Yeah, I agree.
It is 2006 model year. The bus originally came with a 210 horsepower engine, which is seemingly the root of all of our issues. Because it came with that, that's what it's built for. The replacement engine is on a 210 block that has extra, it's been built up to 250.
No, that's incorrect. That was a complete motor that was put in that was made for 250 horse, and it had steel top pistons. That is incorrect.
No, actually, from what they tell me, Central Power, it is a 210 block that was built up to a 250. Nameplate is still on the engine, says 210 horse.
But what is the difference then? Because I was told the blocks were the same, but the pistons were the difference with the steel top pistons. Is that incorrect?
No, that is not, that is correct.
Okay. So, I mean, whether that motor at one time was 210 is, so you're telling me there's a different block for the 250, or they put different guts in it to make it 250, which would be the steel top piston?
From what I understand, they put different guts in it to make it a 250.
Yes,
But
which,
it's still.
but you know, 428 is a 390 block in the Ford. And that's what this is from what I understand. So the motor was built correctly for 250 horses, is that correct? And then that argument doesn't make any sense to me, guys, I'm sorry. It was built correctly, is what the point is that correct?
Right. From the original engine, it was not built to a 250.
Right, sure.
So that, and then it was drastically underpowered, and we had it tuned up.
The first one that we blew up.
The first one we blew up.
Sure.
So I don't know what all goes into that, but it was tuned up, and I feel that's what killed the first engine.
Oh, absolutely. You're right, because it had aluminum pistons with no steel top. Because I checked that with Mark, so.
Who's Mark?
Mark Redden. Explain to me what the difference on C7 cabs.
Okay. So what is Central recommending?
A complete drop-in engine, basically what's in it right now, they're going to replace it with the same thing.
It's the same thing.
And what
And
kind of
there's no
warranty?
warranty on it?
It's a 2-year warranty. I think you can get a extended warranty on it, but it'll come with a straight 2-year warranty.
And it's not tied to miles or anything?
No.
That's what we got. Well, but what's the new bus have?
One of our quotes, Midwest Transit will come with a 5-year, 100,000 miles.
Is that standard or is that any kind of extended or?
That's standard,
Okay.
which they will throw that in if we go that way. So we would not have to pay anything extra for the good warranty on it.
Other people's thoughts? I know we've spent a lot on this one. We also bought another one at the same time for the same amount, right? Or was it just this?
It was a little more, it was like 10 grand more.
Okay. And the issue, these are our 2 activity buses. We have one other with the yellow.
Yep.
Correct, with an activity.
Yes, it's-
All right. And this one's broke down. How many times on the road?
Two.
More than that.
Yeah, it's been more than that.
2 motors.
Let's see, first time around, the initial breakdown, then 2 times after that, because we didn't know we had to put Loctite on the inspection ports for the cylinders. You put your cylinder gauge on, check compression. We now know that. After that was fixed, and then it went down 2 more times. One in Ellsworth where an AC compressor seized up, which that's fine. And then this last one was just on the interstate, just past I-70, I believe.
That's the part that, I mean,
Well,
to have kids unsafe on the highway that I don't like at all.
of course, an air conditioner compressor, they can't go out about any time on anything. And if you don't have air conditioning on it, then that isn't a problem. That's an accessory. The engines bother me. Look, the part of what you deal with when you have a rear engine bus, it's hard for the person driving it to know what's happening because the exhaust is straight out the back. You can't hear it or anything like that. The other diesel buses we have are in front, the yellow ones. So it makes it a little bit harder for the driver to know when she or he's having a problem. I mean, they know it's not maybe pulling right, but they don't know what's happening to them.
And refresh my memory on what we have committed to on buses this year. We haven't purchased anything yet, have we?
Anything this year.
And we've budgeted 90,000 for a new bus. So we can use what we've budgeted for our bus already and add 20 to get an activity bus. Or we can put 20 into this and still get another new bus if we think we want to do that as the year progresses. But we're probably getting close to wanting to make that decision anyway.
So it's right about 3 to 4 months lead time from order to delivery of a new bus.
How many times has the Thomas bus broke down when we're hauling students at 2?
I think that one actually did pretty good. I don't think it's really broken down on the road. We stopped it from breaking down when we noticed that it was having issues. We stopped it, I pulled it off, and we got the engine fixed. But I do not think it broke down on the road itself.
We could probably have the same conversation with the 2006 route bus, couldn't we?
What?
A 2006 route bus that broke down in some or stopped in some fashion. I don't know, you always throw stones in.
Yeah.
I mean, you asked my opinion. I mean, my thought has always been, as you know, that I'd like to have a flat nose yellow bus and replace it when it gets to 60 to 80, put it on the route, 100,000, and do what we did before. So we always have a fresh bus.
That was our plan, and actually, I think we drove the activity buses at 30 and then moved it into a route system, but.
I remember it being a lot more miles.
Because of I need to go back and find the plan from when, this was when Judy was still on, before you were on the board. This was a long time ago, before we had these white buses in there. But then we started getting our compartments rusting out, and we decided that we wanted to just keep the activity buses on the highway, so we didn't have those compartment buses so tied to the dirt roads.
Oh, well, but what I'm saying is, once it becomes a route bus, whether it's got compartments underneath of it, if they get dirty, at that point, we're not using them anymore. I'm talking about when we're done using the bus, is the way I understand.
Right,
It's a 60, 80, 100,000.
right. They
What's
just don't
that?
last as long after that happens.
Well, I guess I'd have to see it again, but I mean, that's the way you keep a new bus under kids going on an activity. I mean, we want to put, here come the Trojans up on the top, like we did that last little bus, looks cool. We want to put aluminum rims on it. I could be more than, I can get okay with that. But I'm still with Steve. The cheapest thing right now, although it sucks, is that there's not very many miles on the bus. And we've always been told that the reason we wanted the colored ones was because you could run them as long as you wanted. And yeah, we've had trouble, and I don't like pusher buses very well, but it's still 20 to 30. Let's say 30 versus 130. There's $100,000 spread there. That's significant, but that's just my opinion. Jim, you got any thoughts on this?
I can go both ways. I'm with Lori, I don't like them breaking down on the interstate.
Nope.
It's a pretty dangerous place.
One of the issues with having air conditioning, if we do decide to move it onto a route, air conditioners primarily do not last long on dirt roads, especially the bus air conditioners. So right
Once
there,
we're at that point though, James, the air conditioning is kind of optional, right? I mean, once that transition is made and that bus becomes a route bus, it may have air conditioning on it that we use, and got good use out of while it's an activity bus, but there's not a need for air conditioning on a route bus to keep it maintained, right? Essentially.
Well, I've always been intrigued with the whole air conditioning thing to begin with, Justin. What time is football practice in the afternoon? It's at 3:30, right? Till 5:30. We air condition the football field every day? And they're in pads and they're running around? I mean, I have been always intrigued of why we are spending that much money for some little deal when kids are on the bus, 30 to 45 minutes a day, every day in the afternoon on routes, and we don't air condition their bus. I still don't know that we need it for activities for that short period of time. I think it's a luxury. Well, the intent was is that those buses will travel hours. What's our normal longest, John? Well, I guess we're going to Colby now.
We're going to Midland now.
I mean, even 2 years ago when we went up to Riley County and some of those, it doesn't make any difference. You can have a brand new bus that can break down.
Yeah, I agree with that, Steve, but it's also much less likely, and
I agree with that.
That was my concern when we bought these used buses. I know they had less miles on them, but, you know, if you're around equipment, and even if just used equipment, even if it has low hours, low miles, it's been sitting around and things just get weathered and worn. And we've had very significant issues with these, not just minor things. And
Well, just the one.
okay, yeah, just the one day, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, but I certainly in time, I don't know if it's now or later, in time, would like to get back to having new buses for activity routes, because it's just not acceptable to put our students in a situation to be broke down on these trips. You know, the weather we have right now, if they were broke down, it'd be horrible. Any situation where they're broke down is horrible. I just feel like we're doing a disservice to our safety by not having a new bus on activity routes. So I don't know if it's now or in time, but I have a desire to get away from this model and get back towards, activity buses that can be used as a backup in emergency, on a route, but are yellow and for activity purposes only to a certain, mileage. But again, I don't know if the time is now. I mean, maybe it is, if we, or maybe, I don't know.
Well, on the schedule, if we make that call now, this is a year that we have some wiggle room, that we could make that adjustment to our replacement schedule. Whereas there are some years that we're gonna be forced to make that decision for a regular route bus because of the aging out. So that's just my point is, you know, do we wanna be stuck with 2 used buses we're replacing in the same time frame for an activity route, or is now the time we say, okay, we've thrown enough money at this, we don't want to do that anymore?
And we're not scheduled to get any new buses.
We actually have a couple of years here where we're not
Yeah,
that
we've
bad.
got a gap here where we don't have to. We have it budgeted in our normal replacement schedule, but it's not a must. So we were gonna defer that until probably this meeting or next to make that decision anyway. I guess if it were gonna happen if the timing's right.
I put a replacement schedule, in your documents. One is the original one that we were working on, and the other is, to account for if we did something this year. And essentially what I did is, combine this year's budget and next year's budget together so that there was more money there, and over a 2-year process, we would be able to replace what we need to replace if we were gonna do this. So we can either stick with the original and not do something, or the other way, I can combine 2 years and it's a 2-year budget, and we can get whatever you choose to get.
To me, moving the engine forward and doing some things like that could be a help. And I just really like, you guys talked about safety. I mean, that was my original thing also. That bus breaks down. It says school bus, it's reflective, has extra lights up top that say, you know what? You need to be careful because you're coming up on something. And that's all things that these other buses don't have.
Why would they not have it?
Because
You're
it's
talking about
illegal.
white buses and yellow buses?
Yes, because it's illegal.
Yeah, white buses, you can't have the 8 ways and stop sign. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and the reflective that says school bus and the whole thing.
I mean, the white buses do have reflective tape on it, but not to the extent that the school bus would.
Chris, do you have any thoughts about this? I know you have thoughts.
That's a fair question.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, are you guys, I'm thinking option 2. Is anybody else willing to say what they're thinking? Or put a motor in the bus? One or the other.
That's where I'm at. Either put a motor in this bus or shop for a yellow activity bus.
With a short nose. Jim?
So that's actually option 1.
No, that's with the nose. Option 2 is a flat front school
Option
bus.
2 says a white bus.
You got the wrong sheet.
I don't think we have the option that you're talking about.
Well, why am I looking at it on my sheet? I have it on my sheet. Option 2, replace yellow transit bus with flat front school bus cost of approximately
I
$130.
added that about an hour ago.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
I just logged into Board Docs, so.
So if you got it, you're easy to get around with.
Yes, that's,
Okay. I was looking at the attachment, not the,
Oh, sorry.
not the actual agenda. No, so, yeah, that's where I would be too. But what do other people think?
I like option two, and I think this is the year to start that transition to having new buses under the activity, since we don't have any buses that we're looking at buying for this year.
Dave, are you okay with that? You think we ought to?
I can be talked into buying a bus, but I think it's wrong to not fix what we have. If it's a one or the other, I would fix what we have for right now. With the forecast that we have for income and,
You're not wrong.
I think that we would be wise to save the money and fix what we have, and if we have to pay them some extra to go through the other mechanical parts of that bus, so be it. But that's my personal opinion. I would fix what we got regardless.
Is that a motion? Or are we still in bias?
I don't know if everybody else is, I didn't hear Sharice say anything, so.
No. I think I'm okay with either.
So we put another 30,000 in it, and it breaks down, then we're another 30,000.
It just gets us 2 years down the road, as long as it's an engine-related issue.
Or if it lasts us another 5 years, you know,
Right.
it cuts the operating cost on a per year.
Well, that was
by half.
our discussion in 2018,
You're
so
right.
that's just where I'm at, so. I feel like it's different because this is not the first time.
Well, and if we go back and remember, when we had that engine replaced, we got a quote for it. And when we got the bill, the parts and the cost of the engine were less, were less, but the labor cost was considerably more, and we had issues right after that. I wonder if we got what we paid for when we put that first rebuild engine in it, or first replacement engine in it. Just to be honest, I mean, the fact that it's only lasted this long, I mean, I don't know how you could abuse an engine to get that few miles.
Well, I think the injector just failed.
The injector just failed, and that's what took out the engine. It wasn't nothing that,
Raw fuel going on top of the piston, you know how.
it wasn't,
It happened.
it wasn't anything that the shop did. He did not break the engine open. He did not mess with the injectors or nothing. It just failed.
Didn't we have an injector issue right after that was?
That was on a different bus.
Okay. Well, I would be for fixing what we have, and if we still want to talk about buying a bus this year, since we have some flexibility, so be it.
So if we put a motor in this, what's the other activity bus we have, the yellow one, what kind of shape's it in?
Good shape. And I think it's hovering right around 50,000 miles.
Well, you know where I was going, do we buy a new activity bus and put it on a route, do we need more than 3? Probably not with COVID.
We had talked about it. I mean, we're not enthused about it because it does have the underbends. Because if we put that on our dirt roads, it's just going to get beat up. It's going to get torn up.
But if you don't use the bends ever again, underneath there, as long as they stay on the bus.
Okay, how do you know if we won't use it?
Well, a route bus doesn't have them, so if it stays together, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't matter.
There's sometimes that we have 5 or 6 buses going out at a time. Whereas we may have to put that on a trip.
Well, that would be a good thing to actually have it sitting around then, even if the bends are dusty. I mean, our choices would be is a route bus without them, so I mean, we'd have more than we would. I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just asking questions in my mind.
The biggest issue that we run into, or at least the concern is, it does seem to promote rusting along those areas. If they had my preferences, I would buy route buses for routes and activity buses for that, and I'd keep them more separate. We do have the option of being more, we have routes that are more pavement than others. We can move buses around to the point that we can protect some in some cases. But when those compartments get on the dirt roads, it's more than they get dirty. It promotes rust.
But I understand that, I mean, but again, Justin and I, we're talking about trying to keep a bus with less than 100,000 miles underneath kids on activities when they're going that 4 hours that we're talking about. And, you know, it's just like having a ball in the back of a pickup if you are gonna hook a trailer in it again, it just has a ball on it. And the bends, I know that they can get rusty and whatever, right? But we still are using up a bus to where it's close, where we can, or what we'll do, trade it in, they won't give you anything for it. I mean, so I'm just salvaging and letting it live out its life on the route. You know, for my 2 cents, we can take cutting torch and cut the dang bends out of the backside and leave the doors on the side, and who cares? Then they won't rust, and that'll solve that problem. But then there'll be a route bus with doors on the side. You know, I guess that's where I'm at.
Good shot, Tom.
Well, I'm not trying to be a smart ass. All right, Steve, what are you gonna do? Or Justin?
I want to know a little bit more about, I didn't even realize we had 3 activity buses, so I'm sorry to lose. So I want to know a little bit more about, how often we're using this Bluebird. I understand, James, that this has been a year and so let's say we get a little bit back to normal next year. How often are we using the Bluebird? And rank for me our most reliable activity buses and where we're at with those, and how often they're used.
Okay, most reliable would be 18.
Okay?
It's a Cummins engine in it. Once we use it, I mean, we have high school going out, we have junior high going out, and 9 times out of 10, 18 is going somewhere.
Okay, which buses? Tell me about bus 18. It's got a Cummins engine.
Yeah.
It's the newest, it's yellow, it's a 2015 or 2016 model. So it's 10 years newer than the other one. It is the yellow one that we use for activity.
Okay, so most of the time, if you're sending out one bus, this is the one you're sending out?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though we've got 2 painted ones.
I mean, the painted ones, like, one of those will go out in 18.
Okay.
Just for a simple room, because 18 does seat a lot more than the white buses do.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so the option 2, the yellow bus will seat more people.
Yes.
Okay.
The front engine transit will seat more people than the white.
Okay. And this one does not have AC, correct?
Does not have AC.
But when you go to football games, then you take the 2 white ones.
Usually, if they're both working.
Okay, so part of the time they're not working, then so part of the time there's kids on 18.
Yeah.
Okay, bus 2 then is the
Right now, it would be the Thomas.
Thomas.
That is one that's given us the least amount of problems now, as of now.
Okay. How many kids will it haul?
I think it's a 44 passenger.
And I know what you're thinking, football players, you can't get 3 abreast.
No, that is 2 abreast.
No, I'm talking about in the Cummins, yellow Cummins bus.
What is it really?
What is it?
Two per seat, I think is 48.
Okay, 48, 2 per seat, which, yeah, some smaller kids, so somewhere in the 50,
Give or take.
55 range, we had to do it. But there's no flex on the Thomas.
No.
Okay. Okay.
And the Thomas and the Bluebird have AC. The Thomas is fairly reliable, you feel.
As of now, yes.
Right now, Bluebird needs a new engine and has not been reliable.
Right.
Several times.
44 also.
I can double check numbers for it, but I believe it is 44 passenger.
Okay,
If we had another yellow one, we'd up our capacity.
yeah. Tell me about how the response is when, between the AC and no AC, when you have to send two of them out. One of them has air conditioning, one doesn't have air conditioning. What's that look like?
What it has been in the past, like varsity, usually takes the AC bus, and then everybody else, JV and whoever else, gets the non-AC. If we do a white bus and 18.
So both white buses have AC.
Right.
Well, that's compressor freezes up.
So if and we're talking about $20,000 for a new engine to 30.
Figure 30, hope for 20.
I believe the quotes that we built, or I built, it is a bigger trip bus than what 18 is. I think it is a 77 or 78 passenger, would make it 52 passenger, 2 per seat. It is a little bit larger bus. And you can get,
Did that get you like all junior high on that one? Maybe.
depends on how many is going out.
Depends on what you say. 20? We had 46 this year. So 46 and 3 more coaches. You'd be 49, and then a couple managers, 52. But you'd be able to get it on one. Some years. Yeah. Yep. Now, at junior high, we're a little bit, not quite as. Right, but our numbers are, right now, our numbers are higher than they've been for quite a while, as far as kids. Well, so that would help us. That would help us then, if they put, I'm not telling you to make it, I mean, we're kind of at the top, is that what you're saying to me? Yeah, for a few years, yeah. Well, that would be.
So let's say we put an engine in the Bluebird, guys. How long do you think we would want to continue to keep that bus for?
I don't know. It depends on what happens next.
So
Because it's already in 06, right?
but we can run it forever as long as it runs and it's
Right.
reliable.
Yep.
But which it hasn't been to this point in time, but maybe this will be the last clink. But if we put a new engine in it and say sell it a year to 2 years from now, how much, there's not gonna be a couple $1,000s worth of difference between if it's running or not on how much.
From what
you get out
I've
of it,
seen
or
on
what do you
Purple
think?
Wave, this is my reference on Purple Wave, a bus that is actually running can actually go higher than that. If you go that way, if you put it too big, you're gonna get what you get big.
I'll say that again, James.
If you put it on Purple Wave, I've seen buses that actually run, go for 4 to 5, give or take.
4,000 to 5,000, okay.
But
And
if you put it
buses that
to like
doesn't run might get $500 or $1,000.
Maybe.
So
But if you put it to a bid like we have been on all the other buses, I mean, you get whatever somebody wants to give you.
You know, I had a thought that's popped in my head, and something that I do a lot of, is before I put 20 to 30,000 in this bus, I would analyze the oil in the rear end, the transmission, and any other thing I could stick a oil sample underneath, send it off, see if there's any hidden problem that may be helping, because if you get an oil sample on your transmission, it comes back with a bunch of filings in it or the rear end, you know you're looking close to the rear end, you may want to cut your losses at that point, and they're cheap, they're $10. And Central can do it. It just, I mean, does that make any sense to anyone?
Well, that's kind of why I said if we've got a quote for 22, we ought to have them double check and go through all the other your systems.
Do that first, run the oil samples first before you even.
I just, like I said, I'm hesitant to just throw away a bus that granted has had problems, but.
What's the time frame on if we go with the engine, when we'll be on the road again?
2 weeks. From when I call them, say, do it, to possibly having it done, 2 weeks, give or take.
And to me, that's maybe a bigger issue with the spring activities coming. We won't have a bus if we order a new one to use, right?
18.
Other than route buses.
I mean, we have 18.
We'll have the
We
two.
have 19, which has been a trip bus in the past, but it's now just a spare bus. Paint's faded, rusty, runs halfway. But it can be.
Well, at least we know where to put the other bus.
You'll get the haze if you're going to Colby.
Don't get the haze, we're stopping here, kid. Better be a halfway.
If we got a bus that's halfway running, why are we even thinking about putting it in activity?
Well, I don't think he wants to, I think.
I mean, I have used it, and if I absolutely need a bus, that would be my one spare bus that I would send.
Okay, here's a question for you. A lot of times when a bus or a diesel engine starts to do that, we need injectors, we need to go through the pump, we need to do some things, and then we're back to a strong engine. I mean, is that something that if we put the motor in, we still need to consider some heavy
No,
duty
the
maintenance?
quote that Central Power gave me is a complete drop in.
No, I'm talking about 19. If it only halfway runs, is it worth freshening that engine up to make sure that it runs good? Because, I mean, that's something if you're gonna have older stuff that, or you're gonna burn a hole in the piston, so to speak.
I can definitely get it checked. I can get all the fluids, whatever checked on it.
I mean, I'm just.
I know what you're saying.
If you need it for a spare, I just assumed it ran really good, not.
Right.
Anyway, that's the sidebar stuff, it's not hard.
And I can definitely do that. I can get tested, whatever.
Okay, so we need to give some authority tonight to Mr. Stumpf and James, so that they can make some decisions and not hold up progress.
I guess I would move then that we fix the engine on the bus or replace it. Have some other investigation done on it to make sure it's not got other hidden issues. And then, we consider.
I'm sorry. Where would the line be? If we get everything checked, differential, whatever checked, where is that line? Where we say, no, it's not worth it.
If it needs $40,000, then I guess I would question whether it's worth it. If it needs 22 or 30,
Up to
then
30?
yeah, I think we got to get it fixed, my own opinion, but
And you're saying have all that stuff checked before we dump a motor in?
if we want to pull a sample out of the transmission and the rear end, suits me. And if they come back and say, oh, you got problems coming, then we would rethink it.
Then would you,
I'm going to expect I hope that that's not the case, and that we can put an engine in it. We can have, I'm guessing that the engine doesn't come with a new air conditioning air compressor. If we need to get that looked at, so we're not stranded on the road someday, so be it.
Well, the air conditioning and everything was fixed last part of last year, October, November.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
All right, we have a motion on the table then, up to 30,000.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Thank you, Sharice. Is there any more discussion?
Is that 30,000 on top of the engine or total?
No, total.
Oh, okay. Just so I can
Correct.
get clarification.
you said 40 before, are you sure you don't want that 40?
No, I think if it hits 40,000, I'd want to rethink it.
Well, but you said 30, gave them a budget of 30, should you have given them a budget of 40? And if it's above 40, we do something else?
No, I think let's look at the 30 and, I don't know where you draw the line.
Okay.
Exactly, I don't have that dollar figure, but we got a quote for the engine for 22.5. I assume that's what we'll pay. No more.
Say again, just 7,500 cases?
Yeah. If they find something, you know, if we need brakes or something on it, it gives us a little room, but not a lot.
How's the rest of the systems on the bus? The electrical, tires,
Tires are good, electrical seem to be fine. I mean, nothing's really flashing or smelling hot. But, I mean, as from what I can tell, electrical's fine.
That's a whole bunch of USB ports and TVs and stuff in it too.
We took the TVs out of that one
Oh,
because we were under the impression when we happened that we couldn't have the interior storage racks. That's what the TVs were mounted on.
oh. Whoops.
But we've got clarification, we actually have them now. But I don't know where the racks went. They happened before I was here.
Oh, one of those deals.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to fix the engine. Before we do that, get a full service on the bus with an estimate of what else needs to be fixed. Get it fixed if it doesn't exceed 30,000. Just in a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Was that an aye? Okay, thank you. 5-1. Okay.
I'm sorry, Lori, I was just asked a question. Do we want to get further authority if it gets above 40,000 to go with one of the other options?
I think that's it when that time comes.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'll be perfectly.
I mean, at that point, if we're not, I mean, we're gonna be out till the summer anyway, right?
Yeah, we'd be shooting for August anyway,
Yeah.
so we can talk about it.
We might have to rent something or,
Okay, fair enough. All right, sorry, Lori, we'll move on.
okay, next on the agenda is 4.3, the capital outlay projects for the spring and the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
See ya.
The first item, consideration is the elementary gym bleachers, which we had quotes for and some pictures. And as I understand it, Roger, the difference between the two proposals is the depth of the seats and the space between the rows.
Space between the rows is supposed to be the same.
Okay,
And it's not width of the seat, it's depth of the seat.
right.
So, yeah, it's difference between sitting on a fence rail and sitting on a chair. You're talking about 10 inches deep versus 11 inches deep. You know, just comfort wise.
What do we have now in the lower gym? Does anybody know that?
I did not measure the pine to see how wide the pine is. I did not, and the problem with the elementary gym bleachers is the distance between row to row is really small. The seat itself, if there's nobody sitting in front or behind you, is reasonably comfortable, but this would have a little more distance row to row. One has 11 rows, one has 12. The depth of the seat is a little bit different. And then whether or not we want to cover the ends, which prevents balls and children from trying to crawl underneath there.
Is it all the ends or just the ends of the seat? Like, is it completely closed?
There's a canvas cover that goes, when the
okay.
extend, would go down and
Okay.
extend.
So it's
cover
like,
the end.
okay. I got
And
it.
it can't be very, it's not very expensive.
It's what?
How much is it?
Well, it's included in that option too.
Can't be
Different.
very much.
I wouldn't think so. The two pictures that you see there are from two different angles. Those chairs represent where the bleachers would come out to, and you can see the solid black line is the basketball line. So the 12 rows would come out to a little closer, the 11 rows would be that much short of the basketball line. But certainly a lot closer to the basketball court than the current bleachers are. I feel like but that's the difference there between those, just so you can get a perspective of how far out they come.
Was that bid itemized, Roger, with the canvas or not?
I don't believe he itemized it that closely, no.
Roger, a thought struck me too on the canvas. You know, there's one thing that says if it's open, you can see kids underneath it. Second one is if there's a canvas, they'll figure out a way to get back there and now you can't see them.
I've seen them either way. I'm not necessarily committed to the canvas end covers. The bleachers stop. There's 4 feet of court left and then about 4 feet from the end lines to the wall. So the bleachers stop 8 to 10 feet from either corner. Right now we're storing wrestling mats in the southeast corner. It would cut that space down, but there would still be about 10 feet that we could stack mats back there.
That's still enough.
And then, of course, on the northeast corner, that's where Coach Cowson's office is. You still have to be able to get in and out of that area as well. And it leaves it 10 feet, pretty decent. Leaves there.
And that means ADA in the gym.
These would be ADA. If you look at the diagram of the seats, let's see, the one corner is cut out, but right in the middle, there is an adjustable row. If you need extra, you can take the front row and just for those 6 feet, push that in. And if you don't, you can pull it back out and it becomes additional seating.
Will we have like a little announcer station like we have in the
We would not be looking at moving the announcers to that side. They are on the west side of the court now at a table and we'd leave them there. Now they may end up in the existing bleachers, which would go to the west side. So we would not be losing those bleachers. We would move them from the east side to the west side. They would not be usable during volleyball because the volleyball court goes too far to the west. But during basketball, you could actually use them because there's enough room on that side. You could still use them. And for student assemblies or the homecoming parade, senior, grandparents' day, you could pull them out and then you'd end up with bleachers on both sides.
What's the seating capacity then? I haven't seen what number of people we would be able to get on either of these
I
options.
think on the agenda, it was 420
Was it?
for the 61,000, 460, excuse me, for 61 and 502 for the 74. And the 61
What do we
did not,
seat in there now?
less than 200.
So we basically doubled.
Okay, so I was trying to think too, so there could be 2 courts running east and west, can't there now, or?
For volleyball and basketball.
Well, you have to have the bleachers folded up to do that regardless, correct?
Correct.
For practice, yeah.
There is enough room during volleyball that you could pull these bleachers out more than what the existing bleachers are. Because they are motorized, you don't have to pull them out for all 12 rows. You can pull them out for 6 rows. And that would give you seating during volleyball. We would have to look and see how many rows we can get out and still leave enough room for the servers and and that sort of stuff. It could be 6 or 8 rows.
But we don't make our position any worse than it is, and there's no change to either way now. Am I?
Yeah, when they're compressed, they will take up the same amount of space that the existing on the east side do. We would lose nothing. They're within an inch of the existing. We move those over to the west, you are going to lose close to 4 feet of open court space. But we've measured it, and I have consulted with the volleyball coach. There is still enough room with those compressed on the west for you to play a legal volleyball game. There is enough room.
What about basketball too then, or is there gonna be a problem?
Your east-west basketball with them compressed on both sides, it's not a problem.
Okay.
Your north-south basketball, you're in a lot better position because you've got bleachers on both sides.
Sure, yeah, no, I mean, there'd be like little kids tournaments and stuff, correct, that would use all the courts?
We would get to the main court with everything pulled out, yes.
Yeah, the only time you use all the courts are for practice.
You never have two games going on there.
For example, the after-prom biddy ball, did they use cross-courts basketball?
I think we just use the one.
We just use
Sort
the
of,
The element.
But it doesn't,
like
I guess it doesn't really
region.
matter because we can still hold them up, still do it if we want to. I'm just thinking everything through, that's all.
These are, let's talk a little bit about the option. Can you get wood bleachers anymore that match the current bleachers? Are they more expensive, less? Tell me a little bit about the reasoning of choosing the synthetic product here.
I did not quote the pine, and instead of that is comfort. The plastic is contoured, and they are more comfortable. I did not price them. I can go back and price them if you'd like. I don't know if they're more or less expensive.
What do you think, Justin?
I'm just curious. I just wanted,
Yeah, 'cause they won't match. I did have that thought too, Justin.
What ones are durable?
the ones last a long time, they're durable. I didn't think about the comfort piece of it, but I suspect these plastic ones would last a long time as well.
What if-
From an aesthetic standpoint, it would look nice if they all matched. All the bleachers throughout the rest of our school are the wooden bleachers. But that's just kind of a minor.
Would the ones from the upper gym fit in the elementary gym?
Ones from the upper group, oh.
You would have to take them completely apart, because we tried to get them down there a couple times when we had some coach dates, and there's
There's just no way to maneuver them through the halls or
You can't get them.
get them out.
Get them there.
Gotta take them outside and then come through the double doors on the outside.
It was just a thought.
Yeah, you could take them clear down to the entrance and go clear. You're gonna do it one time, you go outside with you and then bring them around to the double doors.
From the elementary into
No, take them from the upper, you could go out to the double doors at the high school.
no, we couldn't.
We tried.
You can't turn them.
Yeah, we
You get down that hallway. There's no exit.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's no exit.
They had to build it.
They built them in it.
Oh, they put them together inside, don't be darned.
We tried to do that.
Okay, just a thought.
With this surface, you would allow you to choose color and put initials in it, so we could put SES across it, like other places, and that is no additional charge. I can ask for a pine quote. This is their standard. This is what they go with as default because it just is the most common nowadays to go this direction.
If it were $20,000 cheaper, I'd feel bad that we didn't consider it. But I don't know it will be.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing it, I guess, just my opinion, but either way, I support getting the wider seat depth and the additional seats. I think this is gonna be an investment that's gonna be there for decades, and it's worth getting it correct with the additional seats and wider seat depth.
Well, and it's, you know, people getting in and out of them, they need to be as safe as they can make them, because they don't need people tripping.
I will say, when the initial bid, which was the 74, came in, I asked him, what can we do to cut this back? Okay, give me an alternative that will do this. He didn't suggest going to pine. I don't know if it just didn't dawn on him either. What he did was he cut a row and made the skinnier seats and was able to cut a little bit out of it. I can specifically ask him if the pine saves. And then you have to ask the question, as we were with the bus, is how much
is worth it.
if they're the same price, do you have a preference on one versus the other? If we're talking about 5 or 10, I don't know what that answer is. How much, if I can get the 502 seats for the 61, is that good enough? Or do we like the color and the contour that much?
Well, I can tell you the difference between sitting in pine and on the contour, if you're there all day, is different. So our activities where we have all day activities, it matters, and those contoured seats are very nice. For our normal use,
I think we ought to just probably do that then, Lori. I mean, I don't know, I don't have that experience, so.
leave your best coming.
Yes, it is.
But the question you have to ask yourself too is, when we get around to replacing the main gym,
Yeah.
what do you want them to be? Do you want them to be the contour? Do you want them to have the SES in them?
Yeah.
You know, so what are you gonna do when you go over there? First, we want the backs on the seats on the home side again, obviously.
Minneapolis is the example that I think of. When we go there, there's decent to sit in. You want to sit on the home side where they've got the backrest, but those contoured seats on the visitor side help.
Do we have the power, the electricity there, or is that gonna be a electrical cost too?
Good question.
There will be a small electrical cost there. I don't believe it'll be much. There's power close.
We used to have a power deal, we pulled them out with the.
Yeah. These are
We
automatic.
did, we used to pull them out by hand too.
Yeah, but I mean, they have that thing that you, so I mean, it would take about the same amount of power, I would think there's a power up there somewhere.
Well, I'll move that we accept the bid for new seating with the wider seats in the amount of $74,127. And if the pine seats would happen to be cheaper,
I'll ask and I'll send you a note.
yeah, I would be amazed in this day and age with the cost of lumber, if pine seats would be, I mean, the additional freight to ship it alone would raise the cost. So I think we should accept the $74,000 bid unless there's a significant cost savings to go with the pine.
Gonna be the devil's advocate. What's significant?
$100.
What?
I don't think you're gonna save any money by going to pine.
Okay, so strike that from your motion.
Well, I just was trying to appease others.
I don't need to see the plan. Don't do that for me, Steve.
No, I agree. But I have sat in enough bleachers over the years.
Well,
The
there's
contour
we're gonna have to replace together.
synthetic seats are considerably more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you sat through a tournament of any kind and, you know, the hope is, and, you know, I'm excited about increasing the capacity of our gym. I think social distancing is here to stay to some extent. And I think it's a great opportunity to expand our gym and salvage the bleachers that we still have. give us more options, so.
You good with that? Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Any more discussion?
How does the motion read?
The motion reads right now to accept the bid for $74,127 as presented.
Great.
Behind the inflation suggestion doesn't get, what'd you call that, Lori?
Bleacher butt.
I wasn't gonna say
It's
it.
a real medical diagnosis. All right, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I will also say that the loss of bleacher butt due to COVID causes depression. When you're used to that lifestyle, it's just a terrible thing.
Wait till you're my age, you don't miss it.
Oh.
But you still have one, don't you?
Okay, moving right along. The next item is the capital improvement. Oh, I switched out to this. I was looking back to that expenditure quote, and it took me out of this year, or this month. Just a second, let me get back. The current agenda. You want to read, what's the next one on that? The second
Building
item, signage?
Building signage?
Building signage.
Yes.
Awesome. Very exciting to look at. And okay, so the quote that we got from Gleason Klein is what they suggested, not the architecture's rendering, because those were two different things, right?
Two completely different things.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right. He was looking at putting stuff up on the theater wall and a couple of things around. And it just, what they did did not speak to me at all. I did go to a professional, and this is what they were able to put together. And
Which picture, are all of those architectural pictures the same thing?
there's a little difference in lettering.
Yeah.
The initial one had Trojan over the front door. I hesitated to put Trojans over the front door because that is an athletic specific thing. And so I asked him to put Southeast of Saline over the front door. I believe that is more appropriate. It's also a lot more letters, so it is a little more expensive to put that all there. And then, of course, the sign over the corner, I think is really nice. He also offset the color so that the letters would stand out. I was impressed by this, but it is pretty dramatic. And he seemed to think he could do it, that it would fit within that. I can be hopeful, but that seems like a tall order to me.
The architectural drawings, I mean, maybe it's, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I don't remember which picture I'm looking at. I think it's number SES V1. I really like that. I like how he's made the front of the building stand out and moving those letters from way up in the sky on the theater wall down above the doors, to me makes a lot of sense. But it appears as though to me that over the main entry and where he has on the corner of the building, the athletics, he has changed the siding.
Yes.
And man, I'll tell you what, the concept drawing anyway, to me, brings this building into the 21st century
Yeah,
or
it's sharp.
wherever we're at.
That's the right one.
I'm good. I haven't lost too many years.
Only for 21 years.
Whether we would put, gymnasium or athletics on the corner, I could go either way, but man, I like that drawing. I really do.
The contrast really
Yes.
makes the letters.
And having the 306 up the side, man, I'll
Yeah.
tell you, I give all the credit in the world to people that can envision those kinds of things. But that's why you pay them, so.
And he thinks you can do everything in that drawing for 75. That's from Gillum Jones, Liz. Yeah.
The only thing that gives me pause is I hate to not see for the money that we should be spending inside in this month's board meeting on shop and everything else, but I'm seeing the facade first. That does give me pause.
This was all, signage was included in the
Part of the
bond.
bond.
I know. I fully understand that. You only spend money once.
Okay. I don't do this very often, but I'm going to make a motion that we approve the bid from Gillum Jones with this, image number C1 that we were just discussing. On the front of the building, it does not include then that side entrance, right? Nothing on the east side.
No, it's all-
It's just that wrap that
it's all-
gives you the arrow.
Yeah. Which one, Laura?
it is image V1.
Southeast of Saline.
SES. It's got Southeast of Saline on the front, 306 down the side, and then it says Trojans on the corner with athletics and an arrow pointing left. Is there a second? Sheree? Any further discussion?
So you're approving a bid, but what you're actually, we don't.
I'm recommending getting a bid for that image.
Approve it to go to bid.
Yes.
Yeah, I really appreciate how it looks, and it looks fantastic, and it does a lot to the building. I also want to make sure that we're not doing this ahead of anything that we need inside, and so I know, Dwight kind of mentioned it, but what we need from just any of our interior projects. We just talked about bus that we've had issues with too. I know that's not bond money, so I know it's separate, but it's.
I will just remind you, if you go back and you look at the December estimate of what we have spent and what we have left to spend, if this $75,000 is in that budget, we still have $345,000 available to allocate.
It's somewhat a principle, is what we're saying.
For me, the principle is this is part of our bond issue and we need to take care of it.
This won't educate a single kid.
No, but it will
Nothing
help our
shop will.
patrons and our families and our students find places, which is a PR.
I love it too.
So why are we
I'm telling
fighting
you,
about it, Dwight?
Because it's money that isn't going to educate kids. It is fluff. It is a nice thing for us. It's not something that will educate kids. That's why.
Still in our budget. We are working on those bids, aren't we?
I'm fine about saying what about.
Are we not working on shop bids?
I don't know. I haven't seen them, but I know there's limitations on them,
Okay. We
and I don't like
approved,
that.
we approved last month up to
Gotcha.
$100,000 for shop bids.
How much?
100,000.
No.
130, excuse me. That was from memory. I don't have that in front of me. So
Which I don't know there's gonna be enough anyway, but that's a good start.
we still have $215,000 that's not allocated if the shop bids come in more.
But we already allocated that 200,000 is going back.
We've not made that decision.
Yes, we did.
For the bond, we did not make that vote.
Did we not? I
No,
thought we
we
did.
have not made that
We
decision.
didn't? I thought we did.
It was discussed.
It was discussed. We've not made that decision until we get bids in.
Don't think we've ever made a motion that said.
Okay, I thought we did make that motion.
We discussed if that was the board's preference. Yeah, I don't remember a motion being made. Yeah, check, I don't know.
Yeah.
We talked about it could be more or less depending on how all the bids came in. And when we allocated basically goal amounts for each of those areas. And that the remaining, which would have been about that, would be reserved for it. But until we start getting all these bids in and seeing what they're going to come in, we're not 100% sure exactly what that amount will be. They fluctuate.
I don't want to give the impression that I'm fighting about it, Lori. And I think
Yeah,
we should
and I'm not either.
It's not directed to you, Justin. That was a directed to
No, and that's
Dwight
fine.
in his tone that he speaks to me about this issue. So there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? If not, we will vote. All those in favor of taking the architect's rendering for the image V1 to bid, please vote aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Next in this proposal is the grass on the playground.
There is a plan in place, but I was approached by somebody who does this partially. They talked about what their recommendation was. We had originally talked with Fox because they helped us with the football field. They were talking about broadcasting. That gave me pause. I really don't believe that broadcasting is going to take very well. And I would much prefer a drill. And this suggestion was brought to me that what we really should do is drill it with seasonal rye as quickly as we can, as quickly as the weather permits, get a quick cover, and then we'll worry about a permanent cover, come back and re-drill it with Bermuda. I'm not necessarily a grass person. It made perfect sense to me to do it that way. At this point, it is not on my to-do list because it was going to be done with volunteerism, but it wasn't this specific. If the board would prefer me to get a bid and hire it done, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. If you would rather stick with volunteerism, I'm okay with that as well. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes, but I also know how busy everybody gets.
So you're just looking for either a bid or a timeline on what the plan for seating is?
He told me probably mid-March would be about the time to put it in, so we would have another meeting between here and there. If we're going to move forward with the volunteer plan, I'd like to know now. I'll shut it down. If not, I'd like to get a bid. I have no idea how much grass costs. I have no idea. So I need some direction.
I mean, your grass won't be different either way, will it? It's just the seeding.
Right.
Just who's doing the work?
Well, labor and everything else to have somebody come in and do it.
I'm indifferent. Our original plan was to see it last fall, but playground, we were shuffling equipment around and everything, and then it got late, and so it does, and I think thankfully, with the way the weather we had, probably would not have been a very good fall for to start anyway. So at that point in time, we were looking at a cool season, going with more fescue, but thinking there's Bermuda out there underneath the ground, I'm sure still, that's going to fill in over time. I think fescue is not going to last over time with the traffic and the soil and the exposure to heat out there. So in time, I think it's going to naturally go back to a warm season. Hopefully Bermuda and not foxtail or crabgrass. So that was our original plan. I don't have, if we want to go with a warm season and, seeding Bermuda, the seed is pretty pricey, and, you can either, or you can do it with plugs, but, I think Bermuda is a good choice. I think it's going to be much more durable long-term. And we just weren't in a place thinking about doing it in the fall where we could do a warm season. So it's not gonna hurt my feelings either way. I'm happy to help out with seeding, but, if we're gonna do a warm season, that's a really hard time of year for me to get away as well. So I'm fine with, I don't wanna try to excuse myself from a commitment of getting this project done, but I'm also very open to getting a bid, from Vogel. He does very good work. A family in our district, and I'd be happy to support getting a bid for them.
Good.
I'd make a motion to go ahead and, get a bid from Vogel to put grass on the, elementary playground.
A second, thank you. Just a question, if we open for bid, do we have to post open bids and send it to options, or are you just seeking
It all
one?
depends on how much it comes in at. And
Okay. So if it comes in under 20, we can just go with it.
Right.
Is there 2 acres out there?
Oh, there can't be two, can there?
It's at least 1.5.
I would guess that there's close to 2 and, seeding right now. I mean, there's all kinds
And
of
we're just
people
talking
getting
about
bid for
The
2,500.
north part, not anything to do, the south is good.
Well, I think we ought to look at it if it needs to be seeded to go ahead and do it at the same time.
Yeah.
I think there's some around, like the outdoor classroom and areas in
Right.
here that would also need something. So, and those are more obstruction, so it's a little more intensive labor, but it's not nearly as big a space. And then the big space is the soccer field.
Do you need me to amend that to another place?
No, I think that's,
Okay.
That was just a clarification.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I want to make sure he's covered.
and the advice that I got there makes sense to everybody. That
Yeah, I get it.
you would concur with that.
Yeah,
I'll defer
that's
to the
very
people
good.
that live with plants. My children would remind me that I'm not very good at that indoor thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I take care of children, not plants. Okay, so there's a motion on the table to get a bid and a second already. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
While we're still on capital outlay, I will give a quick update. I have been talking with multiple people about the air handling systems and things for the shop. After having been talking with them for about a month, I found out that they actually were the same company. I thought I was getting 2 competitive bids until one of them said, "Oh, we need to call this person to get there." Well, that's the other person I'm talking to. You're going to call, that's not going to help. Initially, the company that I did have out here shot me a bid for a air handler, exchanger, air purifier, and that was it. A unit that is mounted outside. Like, I don't want a unit mounted outside. I want a done project. Oh, well, you'll have to get somebody to do the ductwork and the this and then that. Okay. So we had talked about the ductwork and the this and the that and the other, and then the only thing he sent me was, this is how much the unit's going to cost. So we're now expanding that to, I want this to be a full project. And the company that does the ductwork and the other stuff has been slow to get back to me on how much more that will cost. What we're looking at right now, and what I'll bring to you would be an air handler outdoors, which is, I guess, similar to what would be currently on the wood shop, but larger, newer, and modern. Complete turnover of the ductwork and 7 booths. That would be completely new booths along that one wall. Ballpark We're looking at 70 to 80, but I don't have any firm bids, so I can't give you, I can't bring anything on here, I can't put anything down, there's nothing to approve at this point. I've been poking at these people to give me something more concrete, and it's been a slow process.
I would say if you get something in the next week or two, we could call a special meeting and review that information, knowing that we would love for our kids to be able to start school with a
Nice clean job.
finalized project. Feel free to do that. We have the technology, we know it works quickly now, to be able to do a Zoom call.
And we'll see how quickly they get something back to me. The other piece of that is, what add-ons are we looking at? There's been conversations about what types of equipment, lights in that shop, and possibly painting. So there's a number of other pieces that go along with that, but the centerpiece is the air handler, and that was, getting that nailed down really helps to figure out what else we can or should, or what spaces are opening up. So that is in progress.
I never thought of that. We don't have a place to pay for those kids' projects, do we? We don't have a place to.
We do on the wood side, we don't on the metal side.
That's like a little tiny.
It's small.
Those 7 new booths take us to 22. Are there 15 down there now?
It would be a complete gut. You'd end up with 7.
Oh, we'd have only 7 total.
Yes,
So we'd lose some by doing that?
there's 6 now.
Okay, I don't know. I was
There's only
thinking
6 now.
That sounds about right.
At one point, I imagine, you probably know better than I, were there 12? There was a mirror image?
I think so. Back when, they were all arc welders back then, Roger. And I was trying to remember whether there was just 6 arc welders around the side, and then on the other side, maybe that's where you did your torching. I took metal shop, but I don't remember that specifically. Now, the other thing is too, Roger, if you wanted to bounce that off of somebody when you get that, we built so much of that at the office that the facilities guy, to make sure that somebody is feeding you what may not be what, because there's really, we do some things that really aren't booths where they actually use curtains coming down, and that air sucks up through there in systems, and it really keeps that shop nice and clean. So, I mean, James Hall, I'm sure he would help us. We just do so much of that.
I failed through. Do we have anything else on capital?
Nope.
Okay. Board communications, I think I failed to reach out to you, Sharice, and see if you would check with Brett and see if he would be willing to speak. Yeah. Okay, yes. Oh, good. I
Hey,
just talked
Roger.
to you about that. Okay.
The other thing would be too is if you had to add some later, they're like, VOTEC has individual ones, little individual station ones, so we could expand that way, would be a very reasonable solution.
Basically portables.
Yeah, the ones that VOTEC pre-filled.
Okay, so we have our speaker for the top 10% luncheon, and we can proceed with plans to be in person and know that we have a backup to do a recording, but we need some dates for him probably. April. And with COVID, obviously, we're not going to be able to do it on the stage. We'll have to spread out more. So that's another thing we'll need to consider, is how we can socially distance if we're going to be in person. If we're not going to be in person, we can do the certificates like we did last year and do a Zoom presentation to those students and then give them and get a free hunk of pizza certificate.
Usually do it in the upper gym if we close down the lower gym and weight room so that it wasn't a distraction issue.
But
That
it
give us
kind of depends
space.
on how many it is.
It's usually like 100 kids, I think. Doesn't that seem right? Yeah, it's between 90 and 100. And those seventh and eighth grade classes are bigger, so eighth and freshman.
Yeah, seventh is.
Seventh is
Yeah, yep. And just a reminder, for negotiators, that there's that online training.
It has a link.
Great,
I got the link.
super. So if you'll do that, I think once it's completed, you'll get a certificate that you can forward to us.
Okay.
Anything else under Board of Ed communications?
Could I ask for kind of an update on where we're at with the whole ticketing issue with, basketball games and cheerleaders and band members? And had a lot of discussion in the community about that. So we're hopeful to have a more background or kind of what our next steps are there and considering changes or not and what we're going to do.
But we started at zero. The Activity Association came out and said there's no fans going anywhere. So we went a few weeks with zero fans. And then through the procedure in the Activities Association, there was a board of directors meeting, that was brought up, and that was changed through their voting process, our voting process, and it went to, started with one and then went to two. The reason to have that was so if there by chance was an accident, there was a possibility of a parent being at the event in case something would happen. So that was the reason for that. So it went to going all the way through if your facility could handle that. So we went from, well, up until late December with going to. And then there was another board of directors meeting as COVID was still going, but people wanted to relook at that. And there was a push to go for more. So our opinion and what we put in, and we all talked about it, and we said, who was working well, we didn't see any reason to move, but that was our opinion. We put our opinion to the Activities Association, and we put our opinion to our league. And actually our league, that was the opinion when we voted. You vote by league. Our league voted to stay at 2. We had a process that we felt was working, and that was our vote. So that isn't what happened. Okay?
2, and that's 2 per any participant or 2 per
That was
basketball
2
player?
per participant.
So,
Okay?
and or cheerleader or anything.
Then it lined up and went that way. Okay? Now, if you go, actually, I did write that up. If you go 2 per participant, we would have, almost, it was 162 that you could put in our gym. That's already too large for what, when you mark this off. I went into the gym, took the tape measure, put 2 X's down where you could sit, put the 6 feet, and we did all that. On one side, you could get, I think it was 98, and on another side, you could get, I believe it was 104, 108, right in there. Wasn't a whole lot that you can get in there if you're going to truly social distance. So ours was 162 if we had 2 per participant. That's not including our opponents. Okay? So, like I say, the Activity Association then changed to 4. You could go 4 per participant. Many votes at the Activity Association are can be pushed by larger schools. They may have larger facilities, they may have that, and they have more boats. So that was kind of pushed that way. So you could have 4 per participant, but with that, each league or each school could make adjustments based on their county health directive, based on size of their gym and the amount of seating that you could have in your gym. So then we had a league meeting and chose to go 4 per participant for the direct activity, which would be your basketball or your wrestling, and go 2 for our cheer, dance, and band. Okay? Now, that puts us, if you do that, that puts us at 248, again, excluding the opponent. So even with where we're at right now with 4 for us, and then 2 for other participants, we are well over what we would have to, what we would allow in our gym. The one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to go up into the stands and say, hey, you got to go home. So that's the direction we went. Some schools in Salina went there for a while. They went only home fans, no visiting fans. Schools in our league went no band, no cheerleaders, only, what the direct activity. We chose to keep our band involved, keep our dance group involved, keep our cheerleaders involved, and try to do the best we could with that. So that's the direction we went with the league decision we made, and then what we felt we could do in our gymnasium. We're still very challenged in the elementary gym. This last one, we put out a whole bunch of chairs in that area where we hope to fill in with these new bleachers. We put a whole bunch of chairs out front, and I think we were fine as far as social distancing. We had our bleachers, and I've got those marked off also. You can put only about 10 people in each of the individual bleachers, and then we put chairs out front so they were able to watch that game.
So why would we have increased the number for the participants if that puts us over our socially distanced recommendation?
We were already over. Okay.
So why would we have increased it more?
Right.
Why would we do that? Why did we go from 2 per participant
Right.
to 2 for the basketball players or wrestlers, or 4 for the basketball players and wrestlers,
Right.
and 2 for everyone else? Why would we do that if we were already over our max social distance?
And if everybody would come.
Sure.
Okay, so then what we had, we're already over at the 2. So then we evaluated the number. We kept track of the number of people that were actually attending. Okay, and then we just had to make a best guess on what we felt would attend there. And that's where we went to the 4 and 2 and 2.
But not everyone in the league made that. You said that was a league decision.
Right.
To go 4 and 2.
Yeah.
At a maximum. Is that correct? But not everyone.
Not everyone was following the maximum.
Following that.
Correct.
Yes, everyone in the league is going the 4 and the 2 and the 2. It's just some in the league have chosen not to have band participate, and some in the league have chosen not to have some of the other activities participate. We've chosen to try to have all of them, and honestly, I think we've done pretty good. I don't think, when I look at the last game, I don't think we were horrible by any means. In fact, maybe we could have taken a few more, but that's because Sacred Heart did not bring very many. And I think the reason they didn't bring any, or very many to the game, was the fact that at their home contest, they've really limited They're used to it. They're used to nobody going. At one time I looked, they have a very good boys team. They had 12 people in the team. So I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, we could have put more there, but I can't guarantee every school that comes is only gonna bring 12.
And I'm not saying we should have more. I'm saying if we can't do the same for every student that is participating, because if there wasn't a game, there wouldn't be a band. If there wasn't a game, there wouldn't be cheerleading. So that is the activity for that band and for those cheerleaders. And what that message sent to many people in our district is that those athletes on the court have more importance than the band players and the cheerleaders, because they get 2 more adults to come watch them participate in their activity.
Well, I understand that logic. I truly do. When we had the discussion, it was based more on not importance. It really was not you're more important or you're less important. That may have been a message that went out.
That was the message that was received.
It was more of a direct versus indirect activity. The direct activity would be the basketball. The direct activity would be the wrestling versus an indirect activity. And one of the conversations I had with a parent that did call was we could try to have direct activities for dance, for cheer. I mean, there are competitions there, and maybe that's a direction that we look at. And that was a suggestion I made to one of the patrons. I got some of those same calls that I'm sure many of you got also.
I guess I too, with what Lori's saying, I struggle with the direct and indirect, because to me, it's an event. There happens to be a basketball game, and the person that doesn't choose to go out with athletics wants to participate in that event by playing in the band or cheer, and that cohesiveness that you make and the culture that you create with them all knowing that they are supporting an event. Yes, we're playing basketball at night, but I see that event not as for the basketball players. I see that event for the school to come together on an event at night. I think that a lot of problems could be avoided if we said 3 for everybody. That would have been, if we could increase it, that would probably been my choice. I understand, and you and I had a good conversation, and I get that, but I don't think that we should underestimate the importance that some of the patrons see. Maybe there's some sensitivity, I don't know, but those kids practice to do that. And the only place that they do have an outlet is there. And we could say they can go to competitions, but we don't have a basketball team come support them at a competition. They're coming to support the event for the evening here. So that needs to be respected. And that's why I think it should have been kept equal.
And it adds to the climate. I mean, it's very important for them to.
That's the conversation I had with our band. I'm strong on band. We've had many conversations. I love it. It adds to the atmosphere, which is one of the reasons we chose. We need to find a way to where our dance team can perform, or where our band can perform. Whereas some schools said, okay, no, we're not going to.
Yeah, and I have no idea, I'm not saying that. It's just it's a perception. Our number one goal in this district right now is to improve the culture for our students and our staff, so that everybody knows they have a place. And this, an equal place, and equal value. And this decision did not communicate that to every one of our students.
So for our gating committee meeting tomorrow, am I taking it that, we can't go to 4 for every participant, so we go
I'd
back
say
to 2?
2 or 3.
2 or 3.
2 or 3. 3 for everyone or 2 for everyone, whatever you can make work. But it needs, in my opinion, it needs to be the same for everyone and not put one person over another.
And I don't even know whether your numbers would have increased. I don't. I suspect you could have gone away with 4 for everybody and it wouldn't have changed the number.
It's just a perception, and you Wayne, I know it wasn't intentional, and I know you did everything you did. Don't get me wrong.
Is every school in our league allowing 4 people in per athlete then? Every school in our league is, yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Except for Sacred Heart, so then,
Well, they're still allowing it, but
When they get to capacity, you're done.
they have really said, you guys need to understand that we don't have, when we went and played at Sacred Heart, and we were at 2-2, we still had more than them. They are really pushing the live stream, don't come, as soon as your child's done, you need to go home. And but that's because of their situation. That's a small gym.
If our league has said 4 and 2, that, to me, that excludes us from going 3 and 3, correct? Because the league says 4 and 2?
Is that binding or is that
If we're
suggestion?
going to be consistent with our league, I'm, I'll be the first to say, I'm a league guy. I think our league has been very, very supportive for us, and I believe we've been very, very supportive for our league. Not every decision we make is great, is perfect, or whatever, but
It is what it is, and we gotta follow the guidelines.
Is it binding? Are you telling me we have to?
legally binding, absolutely not.
So we can,
When we go on the road, it's 2. That's what it is. But it's not 2 for, it's 2 for our basketball players, that's it, when we go on the road. And some wrestling is 1. Because a lot of your wrestling has, the kids take places in the stand. So you had to drop down your wrestling mat. This is not a good situation. I fully understand that. So we're trying to get as many people. First of all, we were trying to make sure that the kids play. And that's what we have been able to do. We have been able to keep the kids playing, and that includes our dancers, includes our cheerleaders, and includes our band personnel. We have been able to allow them to do what we wanted them to do all year long. And when we were at 0, that was the main concern. Please, let's do something, whatever it takes, to let this kid play basketball, to let this kid dance, to let this kid cheer, do whatever it takes. So that's what 0. So and then every time we've made adjustments, there have been challenges.
mind to keep kids interested and to bring them together for an evening and school spirit and all that.
I just think that's gonna be the flip side of that other perspective.
I think if you don't,
sometimes we have to own our decisions. And when they're not right, we have to say that. We have to teach our kids how to say, I'm sorry, I didn't make the right choice. And we're gonna make the right choice, and we value each one of you kids. And I'm sorry, parents that have step parents or grandparents who were able to come for 1 or 2 weeks worth of activities, but we value every single student in this building, and we do not place one of them above another, which is not what we're practicing right now. That's just my opinion.
I would tend to agree.
I don't think anybody can hear you, Lauren.
Well, they just turned that back on.
Okay.
So,
We could look at our attendance, and you'll believe me, we have, as we've come through. Our band has been, I ran percentages on one of them, and our band was 26% attendance. Okay? And our other activities were 70 or something above. I believe dance was 76, cheer at one of the games was 74% or something, and then our basketball was 82 and boys was 94. So the percentage as far as people coming, which goes to your point, Dwight, where you said, we may not have run into that problem. But one thing I didn't want to do was go into the stands and say, all right, I'm sorry, we're over, it's time for you to go home. I didn't want to run into that.
What, do you think our numbers will be comparable if we go to 3 for everybody, or is that gonna throw something off?
Our numbers will go down, because the large attendance has been
The players.
Okay. With a higher percentage.
That would still allow.
Dance parents have attended, well,
At least a grade.
and cheer parents have attended fairly.
I think it's somewhat the principle. I'm a Lori. I agree. I think you take 3 or 2 and you have to accept that. I mean, yeah, there's gonna maybe some basketball parents bad. They got a better cut for 2 games. That's the way I see it.
What was that?
They got a better cut for a couple, 3 games of the pie.
Oh, okay.
And it just, I think it drove a wedge and it created more animosity. Maybe some people are extra sensitive, but it just.
there's already a perception in this community that athletes get what they want and that other students do not have equal voice. So this was just a shot in that arm, per se, to say, this is exactly what I've been talking about. So I just think as a board, we need to practice what we're trying to accomplish in our building. And this is one way we can show them we mean what we say.
Okay, I agree.
Do we need to take action, or do you let the gating committee talk about it tomorrow?
Our next home game is tomorrow night. If you're open to letting the gating committee make that decision either way, then you can delegate that to the gating committee.
2 or 3, not uneven.
Oh,
I think we need to make a motion.
Is there a motion?
I move that, I'm not clear. Our league says,
It doesn't matter what our league says.
sure it does.
Well, it does.
We're a part of the
It does.
league.
We are a part of the league.
Okay, then let's not
Independent,
ruffle the feathers. We have to be safe. If we're gonna have equal number of participants, we need to be on the safe side. Because we don't have time to recalculate how many people might be here if we have 3 before tomorrow night's game, correct?
Okay,
So then we go to 2 and 2.
I'll make the motion this way. And I move that we have the gating committee review it and that we readjust our participants, guests to 3 or 2, depending on what the gating community comes up with. I would prefer 3. Second.
Question. This is gonna come up as, because this is what we've been dealing with. So if you say 3 or 2, whichever number, it doesn't make a difference. Is it that participant's family? Or if I'm dancing and my parents don't want to come, can I let him bring 4? You know
Or,
what I mean?
what do you,
Say, can you borrow?
If I get 2 and he gets 2, because he's playing basketball and I'm cheering, whatever, and my parents.
how do you gauge that now?
Huh?
How do you gauge that now?
I don't. It's family only.
It's family.
How do you know that they're family only?
Well, that's where I have to trust my patrons. Most of them.
That's what I'm saying. I mean-
Good job.
We're submitting names beforehand.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
So, yeah.
We're not just showing
Yeah.
up. We're submitting names
Great.
and those are the people
And
that.
I think we follow what we've been doing.
Okay,
But we
so
just are
you're
taking
taking
our
your
number.
number 2 or 3, whichever parent, or family member. Yep,
Family,
member.
family spectator.
The same as the guidelines that are in place now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a great question.
It's same as the guidelines that are present now.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to allow the gating committee to adjust the participants down to either 2 or 3 per participant based upon their research, family members only. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Wayne, what will this do? What will you have to do for tomorrow night if this goes?
Well, we'll have to utilize social media a lot, and I'll have to call probably every basketball parent, ask them which one to take off. Because
You've
we're
already
almost
got your list
100%.
for tomorrow.
Yeah, we already have everything
Yeah.
set up for tomorrow, and I've had multiple calls on what changes they want to do.
Okay,
We go to Minneapolis, then we have Ellenwood at home on Monday, the 15th.
So if-
I'd like to amend my motion to say starting after this Monday's game, because it's too late to make the change. Or Tuesday. I thought you said Monday.
Today is Monday,
Well, tomorrow,
Oh.
there's a game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
so after 2/9.
Okay, and what else do we have this week? We've got junior high wrestling Thursday now.
Got junior high wrestling Thursday.
That'll give them enough time.
If the gating committee chooses to, I mean, you'll have to decide which.
Yeah.
So. Okay, it's been amended to add after tomorrow night, or after February 9th.
That just makes
Any
sense.
further discussion? If not, we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor of amending it to add after tomorrow, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now our motion reads, for the gating committee to review the participants' numbers, that they can adjust the per participant family attendance to either 2 or 3 participants. Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, thank you for that, bringing that up, Justin. Is there any other Board of Communications, Board of Ed communications? I just want to note, I did email all of you, but I want to say it out loud. In April, there is the Women's Leadership sponsored by KASC, and they're going to do a hybrid model. If you want to go in person, I think that you better register soon, because I think that people are itching for that. So it's going to be a mix, but it's limited based upon what they can do to socially distance. And I'm really excited. Sarah Smarsh is the keynote speaker. She is the author of Heartland. She is a Kansas native and grew up in poverty in rural America. And that book speaks to so many of the kids we educate and what their realities are. So I'm super excited to get to meet her firsthand and share some time with her. So. Any other board ed stuff? Communication? All right, superintendent's report.
Yeah, I've included here a note, received a phone call from the Banks and National Bank. They were expecting us to have spent out the bond in 2 years. That's what they originally told. We are 2.5 now, so they are considering their contract to have been fulfilled, and are looking to change it from the current investment to a simple money market. This is basically an FYI. They consider their bid to be fulfilled at this point. We have spent almost 90% of the bond so far. There is not a lot of money left in that spot, and we will spend the vast majority of it by the end of this summer anyway. So we don't have that much longer with this account. So if there's no question, unless you have questions, that is kind of an informational thing.
And that's the Nixon State Bank?
Yeah. It is our last remaining account. It's our last active account. We still have another one open just in case, as we're waiting to make sure everything is clear. Also, my notes, there is a registration. There are 3 positions open for the school board coming up. Registration filing deadline is June 1st. That's still a little ways off, but there are 3 open positions, or 3. There will be 3 contested positions too. That's all I have.
There will be 1 vacant position, number 4.
Yes.
I'm going to say that, not contested.
Position.
Reminding the public who is engaged in our work, this is the most rewarding work I've ever been a part of, and I would certainly challenge you, if you're committed to our community and committed to our students, that it'd be a great way to serve and give back. Okay, principal's report.
The only thing I have to add is we have a spelling bee champion at Southeast Pennsylvania, the creator of Cade Ripples. It's been tweeted, Facebook, line of posts everywhere. So
I think it's going to state.
you can go to Wichita to the state spelling bee.
You know when that is, Mrs. Foreman?
I will have to get that from Mike. Mom's got all that information and they got that all set up, but get that from Mike and let you guys know. Okay. We had planned on 17 participants, and the family was in quarantine, our 2 students did not get to come. And then we had 2 that didn't show up. I didn't know the weather, whatever. So we still had 15 kids, I think, so it was a good showing. And Charlotte got 3rd, so she's still gonna come back and try it again next year. So yeah, it was good.
Now spell me.
The only thing I have just information is on the play. The actual performance has been moved back a week due to COVID and quarantine within a bunch of the cast. So instead of being the week of the 14th, it'll be the week, or the 26th, 27th, and 28th, and there'll be 4 performances. They have 2 different casts for social distancing and all of that. Seeing how many we can fit, or if we're gonna do a live performance, or if it's gonna be all virtual, and that has totally been decided yet. But the date of the play, which is changed in the district calendar. That is, if it's wrong, I will report that change. And we are now down to 4 full-time remote students in secondary, and another one returned today to in-person. There's only 2 changes originally submitted.
I have nothing new to add, open to any questions you have on those. We're working closer with the truancy board this year than we've ever worked. And sometimes I think the one that came back, I think that had something to do with it.
And we have a new judge. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Right.
His plan's a little different than what we've been used to.
As a matter of fact, this is what's happening. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for principal?
You said the play date was when?
There'll be one on the 26th, one on the 27th, and two on the 28th, Sunday. We're gonna do a 2:00 then, that's better here.
You said something about virtual, I mean, as far as equipment and that, are you set up to film?
Live stream through.
Are you set up with switchers and that kind of thing to be able to multiple cameras?
No idea.
I may be able to help.
Okay. I just let Ms. Ramsey know. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Got plans. I know they were planning to at the very least to record it. And then be able to play it at different times, no matter, even if they have a small audience of cast members, family, then they would still record it. But I will ask him about what equipment they have to do that.
He does, but have him call me, I mean, as far as that goes.
We've got quite extensive anyway.
Okay.
Mrs. Gorman, when we looked at the student achievement data several months ago, we talked about reworking some of that to look at it per grade level across time. Is that something that you're going to bring back to us, or are we waiting until our next round to try to look at that again?
Probably this fall, if we'll look at next month, right, the second board meeting.
We can pull something together for the second March meeting. We might have a little bit for you there, but a lot of that is going to be focused on the KISA progress, our KISA committees and what they're doing and what their goals are. And if we can get some of that, we might be able to have it that soon. There's been two more times.
Well, I won't have the final screening, I won't have spring screening done by then. We would just have progress monitoring of all those students who are tier 2 and tier 3.
Okay. Well, I would value, are we all clear on what we kind of wanted to look at on that? I would value, even if it's the same data, being able to see it in the metrics that we were discussing that night, so being able to look at that, even if
Particular grade level over time.
New data to look at.
If you need help on that, let me know. Just how, like, I know you know the data, it's just how you present that and can format it in a way that we're asking. It's there, it just will take us a lot. I think we can organize it differently.
All right, question. Thank you.
Before we move on, I think everybody saw that we have received Mr. Sager's letter of resignation and
Retirement.
We don't want him to go yet.
Same thing.
Not yet.
Wilson, are you?
No.
We just want to, as a board, say how much we have appreciated all of your work, your efforts, and the hours that you've put in. And after tonight, I'm guessing you probably want to change the date on that.
No, I appreciate being able to have an excellent career, all of it, that's out there.
Well, we're better off to have had you. Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate that.
I remember when he had
His hair wasn't all gray.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I can look at pictures, that's the only way I remember.
Well, thank you very much, Wayne.
Thank you.
All right. We are ready for executive content then.
We have a
I
5-minute break.
don't think we need principals, do we?
I don't believe so.
So, thank you. That's why we wanted to do that then. You won't be here when we take official action.
Okay, all right.
To recognize you in your presence, so.
Need that also.
Okay, yes, let's take how long?
Oh, 10, 5, what do you want to take?
How about a 7-minute break? We'll be back at 5 till.
Okay, that's actually 8.
Huh?
How do you get that information out? About the.
But we tried to stir the hornet's nest,
Okay.
but
Too many.
Reduce the people that can
My lease thing that I'm here tomorrow.
go games or whatever. Is that going to include the flag?
Absolutely.
I just, because there's going to be a whole lot of,
Audio is on the driving.
Maybe we could
No, please don't.
just want to make sure we're all on the same page
I am.
with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oops, that's the wrong thing that I just wrote down. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. We will be back at 9:01. Need a butt rest?
Huh?
Need a butt rest?
No, it's blocked the door.
We are back in open session.
Okay, we need a motion to go into executive session to review administrative contracts. Is there a motion? Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Aye.
Thanks, Jimmy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Also, same sign. Oh, yeah, we need to know how long.
Is 10 minutes enough?
Thanks. Yeah, that's good. 10 minutes. So we will be back at 9:12. All those in favor, we just voted, didn't we? I remember saying the words, but I don't remember voting.
We didn't, okay.
You didn't know.
Aye.
Motion.
All right.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. I'm tired. Thank you. We'll be back at 9:12.
call for 12 minutes till 9:25. The board only.
For a second?
Second.
Jimmy, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll be back at 9:25.
We're in open session.
Thank you.
I move we go back in another 10 minutes, executive session.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Justin. The motion is that we will go back into executive session without the superintendent until 9:35. This, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign? Great. Okay,
We are out of session.
very good. All right, is there a motion to take action on, oh wait, not yet.
No.
Just kidding. We don't have anything for 6.2, do we?
I do not.
Comes to anybody's attention? No? Okay. Is there a motion, to go into executive session for the purposes of negotiation with employer-employee relations?
How long do we need?
Mhm. 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever you want to make it even.
Going to executive session, with Mr. Stump, for identifying possible negotiation topics, well, until 9:45.
Yep, that's good. Is there a second? Second. Sheree, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign? Carried. Okay, we'll be back at 9.
Okay, we are in open session.
I'd like to go back in 5 minutes.
Second. Thank you, Sheree. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those same sign. We'll be back at 9:51. telling you, Dwight, we should be on that team.
We are in open session.
Trade you something.
You got any chocolate?
And eat some cookies.
Hey!
It's already open, but.
I love it. All right, we are ready for item 7.1.
Steve, then this kind of near and dear to your heart there.
Oh, well,
I was waiting on
There's a
you.
whole bunch of them in here.
There's plenty to go.
I move that I gotta get my right thing to open up here.
You have a bigger screen?
Well,
I was thinking of Wayne,
yeah, I move that we accept the retirement resignation letter from Wayne Sager with regrets and great thanks for all of his years of service.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dwight. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
I'll go. I move that we extend a 2-year contract to Roger Stone with compensation to be determined later.
Thank you, Dwight. You, Sharif. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries, 4-2.
We choosing to wait on the others then, correct?
No, we did make a decision on the one we needed to. I mean, you can do both that way. The way it's worded is good.
I'll let somebody else do that.
Because the extension is, it's saying continuance, it's not adding, correct? No, that's
Adding next.
saying, yes, we're continuing through the end of that. That's not what that
No.
says.
Every
Okay,
year.
so then we're not taking action on that. You just, yep, that one, yep. Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we extend a 1-year contract to Linda.
For a second?
Okay.
Thank you, Jimmy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
Guess we haven't discussed,
We did not discuss this next one, but it has been our precedent with numbers. Do you know the numbers?
Over 30. It is,
We've kind of gone with 10 per kid.
it is parallel with what we did with softball.
I mean, per coach. 10 kids per coach for softball.
coaching now?
You know what I meant. I told you I was tired. Glad you did.
I move to open a third coaching position for baseball to accommodate an anticipated number of participants. Do we need to put a qualifier on that, that if it were 25, or what do we need to do? What if something unthinkable happens there, or unexpected?
There's always that chance, and I mean, the closer we get to it, the more we'll know, but he's projecting, I think, 35.
Okay.
And if you remember, this is the bubble.
Yeah,
9 and 10 are my biggest classes. 8 and 11 are the next biggest classes in the entire district. So next year,
it's going to be
my
the
4 biggest
5-year,
classes are going to be 9 through 12.
5-year ride. Are we still projecting the same for softball? Same numbers there?
It'll probably be a little less than baseball for the first time in quite a few years, but it's
But still over 30?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Steve? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And lastly,
We have 2 more.
we do?
There's a whole string of
Oh, yes, it wasn't bolded.
I recommend that we hire the 4 coaches on the list for the respective positions of track, golf, track, and baseball.
Right, for a second. Thank you, Sheree. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Sorry, Justin. Motion carries. Now, for the termination.
I move we terminate the employment of Cindy Kinsey, custodian, effective immediately.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Is there a motion to adjourn? Thank you. All those in favor, second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all for watching this evening. We hope to see you next month.
Okay, we've done before 10.
Well, good to know.
I connect that.
Okay, I backdated that.